It's just women. Very well, welcome back to our coverage of the FISU World University Championship Combat Sports. We are on the karate tatami, and we are now into the elimination rounds of the women's kumite. This is a Pool A contest between Irene Fernandez-Perez and Greza Mustafa. 3-minute rounds, first to have a lead of 8. Or at the end of the 3 minutes, the person with the most points on the board. Irene Fernandez representing Spain on the blue. 3 points for a Nippon, 2 for a Waza Ari, 1 for a Yoko. And they're taking the health of the athletes very much into account these days. Referee comes through, and first warning coming to Mustafa Greza. Slightly taller woman is Fernandez in the blue. That extra reach can make such a difference. Midway through the bout. Perez gets a touch to the hair, but no points scored. Still pointless at the moment. Now then, that's better from Perez. point to Ippon. Spaniard Mustafa Perez. Not quite sure I agree with the scorecard. The Spaniard on the right has got in the red. That's not Mustafa. Oh, nice shot. Good evasive action coming from Mustafa, but I think there was just a tap. And that will indeed be another single point. 5-0, the Spaniard leads. Macedonian Gracer needs to come back quickly. We're into the final minute. And once again, Perez, too quick, too sharp. A 6-point haul for Marian Fernandez Perez. And a single Yuko. And again, she steps inside. Macedonians got no real opportunity to react. And now the Spaniard just has to keep out of danger. Tries to go for the mid-kick. 1 point for Yuko. 8-0, and that means the contest is over. Fernandez Perez takes the victory, 8-0. Inside the 3 minutes. We'll get on with things pretty quickly. This is Pool A. Also in Pool A, you've got from Chile, Flores Colemanque. And Isabel Visa from South Africa. South African in the blue, Visa. Two shorter girls, very, very light on their feet. Probing for the opening. Visa goes mid. Can't quite follow through. They stop just while there's an amendment to the foot. And the first point's on the board to Lily Visa. And 1 point Yuko. Straight punch. Nice reaction from Visa. Step back, then step forward with a right over the top just to get the touch on the top of the shoulder. Maybe another single point. Lily Visa just looks that little bit lighter on her feet. And changes the stance as well, just to change things. Goes for the back kick, no points accruing. About 1:45 to go. Obviously 1 or 2 graphic problems coming from on site in Brasilia, and that's brilliantly done by Lily. Didn't quite land it though. It's on the shoulder, on the side of the arm. And the South African goes out of the 8-meter square plus the 2 meters. Then you've got the safety. So it's still 2-0 to Lily Visa. Flores can easily get back into here. for Visa though, before stepping out. She's inviting Sofia Flores to come on, and once again a change of stance. Again, changes the angle of the attack. I think she thought she had a point there. She certainly has now, Lily Visa. Edging her way through. Referee just checking that Sofia Flores is okay to go on. The point has been deducted. Just 2-0. And a warning instead for Visa. Technique must be stylistically correct to score a valid point. So that's now she's got the 3 points. This again just goes for the little right hand. Into the final minute, well into the final minute now. Ignore the clock. Oh, that's a backhand and a punch on the floor. Superbly done. Lily Visa just too sharp for Sofia Flores. It is an ippon. Any scoring hand. Technique delivered to a grounded opponent. Ippon, 3 points and a 6-0 lead with time running out for the Chilean. She doesn't need to attack Visa. Once again, she changes the stance. A little scrum as a knock on the top of the toe there for Lily Visa. .24 seconds on the clock. We've caught up, and a warning against the Chilean Sofia. Nice reaction once again from Visa, and she thinks she's got a point there. Instead, I think it's indeed she has. A single Yuko. Straight punch into the midriff. Sofia Flores will want to do is avoid the 8-point deficit, but that's not going to happen. Lily Visa gets another Yuko and takes the victory 8-0 inside the 3-minute allocation. Just inside, just 6 seconds inside. That's a solid performance by the South African. So we're going to move into Pool B for the women. And this should be Hang Yi from Hong Kong. Against Poland's Mashuka. Taller woman, the pole. She's got to make that reach count. Really is a huge advantage in all of these combat sports. She steps in, doesn't contact. And the single Yuko has indeed been awarded. Hang Yi. point on the board. Shuska, taller woman. Again, jumps in, tries to make that height advantage tell. Excellent defensive work from Ao. And Ao tries to step inside. Somehow you've got to negate that height advantage and that reach advantage. Back into the middle. Warning against Al-Hangi. All square, and at last the height advantage is told by the pole. Just over a minute gone, where all square at a point apiece. I've got to say they're always on the defensive out. High kick, good ovation. That's the second warning for Ao, and she does need to be careful. I mean, she's on the back foot, literally and metaphorically, the whole time. Shuska belatedly making her advantages tell with a single yuko. How can Ao get inside without being clipped? There is the problem for the Hong Kong girl. Height, reach, everything against her. She's defended well. Into the final minute. And Ao has hardly made an attack of that description. Hardly made an offensive gesture whatsoever. Shuska is just being a little bit wary. She knows that one Ippon or even a Ari, and this victory could be taken away from her. 30 seconds to go. First warning. A little bit too negative. You've got to go good sporting attitude. The distance is the problem for the Hong Kong girl, for Ao. Well, it's a 2-point Waza Ari. And that could be crucial with just 20 seconds to go. Cole keeps her distance, final 10 seconds. It needs an Ippon or bust for Ao. And I don't think we're going to be getting that. Final 5 seconds. Ao's got to make a move. Match will come to an end. It'll be the pole. Julia Danashuska, who's going to go forward with a 4-1 victory. As is so often the case in the combat sports and in martial arts, the reach and the height advantage is insurmountable in many ways. Okay, we're going to shift over to the other mat. Where are we? They have no control over the video shots, and sorry if you're getting a kind of interrupted feed. This is Rosiane de Oliveira Pereira from Brazil against Uda Taklit from France, hence the big cheers. And that's the looking out screen. French girl, Uda Taklit in the blue. This is Pool C. Three-minute round about to get underway. This is the first of Group C. Brazilian with the height advantage, which is important. How aggressive can Taklit be? French woman in the blue. On the receiving end of the aggression coming out from Rosiane Pereira. Bouncing on the toes, Pereira's in quickly. She thought she got a touch, Taklit thought she did. Indeed, Taklit defended superbly. First point is on the board, a Yuko for Rosiane. Accepts the referee's point, the Yuko. Both girls thinking that they've got a point, and both have got a point there. Simultaneous hit. 1 point each. Straight punch, straight into the midriff. 1 point apiece. So 2-1. And there's good aggression coming from the shorter figure of Taklit. That's what you've got to do. You can't let the taller athlete really take over the whole mat. And boxing her off as well. Holding the centre of the ring is Taklit. Brazilian not happy to take this on because she was caught by that sucker punch last time. And she steps in, and Taklit, a little squeal of anger. The thought that she'd got it, and again both girls are claiming a point, and the point has gone to Uda Taklit. Good contest. Two very, very different styles, but we're all square at 2 apiece at the midway point. Who is taking the bout to the taller Brazilian. angle as she is now. Practically just faces her on. Full on. Final 30 seconds, the final 45 seconds. This is going right the way down to the wire. One more point, one more go, and that will be it. Again, ignore our clock just at the top. We're down to 20 seconds, still plenty to play for. One touch, one good moment, one bit of inspiration. Still Pereira looks just to change the angle. Exactly, closed it down. I think she's got the point, but Pereira also thinks she has the point, and Pereira gets the point right on the bell. Right at the very, very end of the fight. Rosiane Pereira has got herself a single uko with a straight punch. I'm sure there may well be an appeal about this one. You are allowed to challenge. And there's videos available for the referee to go and have a little look. It's 2 each at the moment. I definitely saw that the uko was given. Checking with all of the scoring judges. Now, Rosiane Pereira looks on hopefully. Takli just looks on Pereira. 2 seconds left on the clock. Big check is going on here. Been a good contest, this one. Very good contest. Oliveira Pereira. A final check. Single point. It is 3-2 to Pereira. Last few seconds, and she'll just step away and hold away for 2 seconds. And Rosiane Pereira will go and take this bout 3-2. Uda Takli possibly feels a little hard done by because it came so late in the contest. Well, there is the victory. Got a feel for Takli. You can see her bottom of your screen walking away very disgruntled on the receiving end of a 3-2 defeat. Hannah Sullivan against Merzen McKenna, United States versus Australia. And Sullivan, once again, you look at the woman with the bigger reach, and you think that how's Merzen going to get inside of her? This is a Pool D contest. Warning for both women. Quickly into stance. Sullivan trying to be the aggressor. You can see the negative cobra-like stance coming in from McKenna Merzen. Going for the kick. Merzen happy to defend, but she is on the warning there. And no points through the first 60 seconds. Merzen cautious. Hannah Sullivan hasn't been able to really get inside Merzen's defense. She has now, though. First point on the board for the Australian. Who's light on her feet. Watching the FISU World University Championship Combat Sports. It's karate on day one. We're in a Group D clash. Hannah Sullivan. Paula Fleischer is the other woman in this group of three. Only the top athlete is guaranteed a place in the next round. Second warning coming against Hannah Sullivan. McKenna Merzen's had one as well. Again, Sullivan's little squeal of delight. She thinks she's got a point. She thinks she's landed a Yuko. Indeed, she's not landed anything. She's been given a second warning. Once Merzen on the offense, a minute to go. A very, very tight contest. Sullivan tries to use that reach. And does indeed, and gets the ippon. Gets the touch onto the head and the neck. And there is the ippon. It's 4-0, and Merzen has now got to completely change tactics in this last minute. She spent 2 minutes on the defense, and now Hannah can just keep her at bay. If Merzen comes in, Hannah can just reach out, use that extended reach. And time is running short now for McKenna Merzen. And the kick high. Merzen evaded that. Few repairs to the wardrobe required. Apologies if you're getting intermittent blackouts. 20 seconds for Merzen McKenna to do something exceptional in this Group D match. Contact down to the top of the lip. Referee turns doctor, and third warning against Hannah Sullivan. Just needs to hold on for 10 seconds. Can actually afford to lose a point or two and still take this victory, Hannah. And the victory goes to the Australian over the brave attempt of the American. Once again, though, reach so important and how you counter it. Okay, back into Pool A, I believe. And this is Sofia Flores. Was indeed Iman. Yeah, it is indeed Iman Eja from Belgium up against Victoria Jovanovska from Macedonia. Oh, where is it? Into Group A, Sofia Flores and Greza Mustafi. Both were well beaten in the first contest. Beaten before the 3 minutes were up by 8 points to nothing. So this is really do or die. Checking with all of the judges what he thinks is a potential foul. Can only apologise for the glitches on the video. We do hope it will improve and become more consistent as this week for the FISU Games goes on. Looking to get that left foot high into the face. Well, Flores was Mustafi. Left foot didn't work, so she tries the right foot. Oh, good contact there. Could have gone both ways, though. It's been given to Mustafi. There's a straight punch. Well, there's blood on the face, I think, of Mustafi. So the medics are being called because as soon as Greza Mustafi was able to land that punch on Sofia Flores, or land that contact on Sofia Flores, Flores reacted. Making contact in its own right isn't satisfactory enough for the judges. It's got to be good form, actually. Your style must be right. Must be speedy and powerful. Now a break in the contest simply because I just wanted to wipe a little bit of blood from the nose or the top lip there of Mustafi. Sophia Flores trying to react instantaneously. She's looking for Grayson Mustafi to make the attack. And then she's trying to counter. It's not quite worked so far. It didn't work in the first contest she had either. As we are approaching the midway point of this second bout. Group of 4. Here's Group A. Sophia Flores, a wild squeal. Thought she got the contact. And has she been awarded? Indeed she has been awarded the Yuko. Delayed reaction. Well, that'll make her feel better. It's her first point in the tournament so far. Change of stance coming from the opposite side from Grayson Mustafa. Still 2-1 as we come into the final 45 seconds of this contest. Warning against Sophia. Mustafi very much on the back foot. Just trying to see out time is Mustafi. Out of camera shot as well. 1 point Yuko for Mustafi, out of shot. And that will be the point that picks it up for her. I apologise for the lack of a cameraman at the moment and for the glitches. Grayson Mustafi will go on and hold on to that lead and take the contest by 3-1. And from both women, cameraman is back in place. South Africa's Lily Visa get into position as we head over to the men's competition. 13 seconds left in a contest going on at the moment. I'll try and identify who it is. Stefan Stojanovski against Finn Maliska from Germany. And it ended with a victory for the Macedonian, 5-0. So Falcaid against the Brazilian. Kyle. Two tall lads. Falcaid, Brazilian. Again, it's a little bit cautious early doors, as it so often is in Kumite. Brazilian trying to take the tie for Haid. Saif happy just to see what his opponent is prepared to do. No points for either man for that. Straight in, it's the Brazilian who's the aggressor. Kyle. Point for the Brazilian. He's been the aggressor and he probably deserves that. He's been able to take the risk, the single point Yuko. Now it's the Saudi who decides he's got to take the game a little bit to the Brazilian. He's being based in Brasilia. Anytime a Brazilian athlete is on the mat, we will be following him or her. 1 point apiece. Saif Al-Qaid has changed his strategy ever since he conceded that first point. We're at the midpoint of this bout. It is 1 point all square. But there is a challenge coming in. And the officials, they're all marked up with, they've all got phones. They're all taking images of what is going on. And so when there is a challenge that comes in, instantly you head over. And it makes life a lot more straightforward, this implementation. It does take an awful lot of the debate that used to take up so much time in many of the martial arts. Makes it theoretically quicker. You still need to check all the available evidence. Score stands 1 apiece. Straight away the Brazilian is in with what he thinks is another KO. Indeed it is with the Yuko. Apologies for this glitchy feed that we are getting from the source in Brasilia. Very frustrating, particularly when you've got a close contest like this. And a couple of Yukos in very quick succession for Kyle. Saeed Al-Qaid, sorry, when he faced adversity earlier on, he responded by being the aggressor, and he's trying to do the same here. Bit of medical care and attention for Saif Al-Qaid from Saudi Arabia, who trails Caio Matos, the Brazilian local hero. A pull A bout. That is looking good for Brazil just at the moment. Thomas Koser and Aidan McDougall from Slovakia and Australia respectively. Well, the other athletes in this particular group, only the top athlete is guaranteed the place in the next round. Again, really well done by Caio. Read the attack as it came in from Al-Qaid. I think it's the Saudi who put in the challenge here. Bit of a warning there for Al-Qaid. He's getting a bit desperate as we come into the final few seconds. Needs to take a real risk or two. Instead, as he comes forward, he's just caught. Yuko for Caio Matos, and this is going to be a first win as he tries to avoid the nip-on. Oh, he was very, very close to that. He had to take real evasive action. He was on his back, and Al-Qaid was closing in on a three-pointer. And he goes to ground once again, does Caio. 8 seconds to go. Al-Qaid is making a real fist of this. He gets a warning for being overly aggressive, but you can understand his desperation at this stage. Now decides, let's go forward, and once again chases. Caio, as he's on the mat, he's really taking a risky way to get the victory here, is Caio. It'll be the Brazilian who takes the victory 4-1. Al-Qaid walks off disgruntled. He was passive though in the early stages. continuing on this mat, this will be Thomas Kosa. Aidan McDougall. Slovak versus Australia. Good aggression as he goes for the punch, goes for the ippon. Any hand punch delivered when the opponent is grounded is worth 3 points for the ippon, but didn't quite connect. Good defensive work by Kosa. Love not quite fitting. Australia in the blue. Nice little feint there by the Aussie. Looked to come in with the left and then followed up straight through to the right. Looked for a point. It's Kosa who got it. Kosa's reaction was even quicker. Saw what was coming. Shensu coming the way of Thomas Kosa. And then looking for the ippon. Doesn't quite connect. You've got to be in control. It's not all about just getting the contact in. Instead, it's a warning for throwing his man. Single point for the Yuko. Three to nothing now for Kosa. He reacts ever so quickly to everything McDougall is throwing at him. Again, McDougall trying the variety. Looks to get himself a Waza Ari. Will just need straightening up at the moment. Into the final 47 seconds or so. Warning for Kosa. and, well, for both men actually, for manhandling each other, for lacking the sporting attitude. Again, the Slovak reacts well. Just needs to stay out of danger. Can even avoid to concede a point, maybe even two. His defence has been top-notch. His reactions as he went forward once again. 1 point goes to the Slovak. As he's going backwards, he's just able to flick out that left hand, pick up the straight punch. Probably a back fist actually. For 4-0 lead, and he's looking good for back-to-back victories in Group A. Good results, good win for the Slovak. Tomáš Koza defended expertly. 5-0 up now with seconds to go. He's not going to give this one up. He's bided his time. McDougall has come out with a good attitude. He's tried to take the bout to the Slovak, and it hasn't quite come off. He's doing it right to the very end. Admirable effort from the Australian, but I think we've got a class act here in Tomáš Koza. This is the men's 84 plus kg. And Jared White from the United States in Pool B. Up against Islamic Republic of Iran, Rashidi. Safanajad Molay Rashidi. Sporting terms, isn't it wonderful to see these two nations competing, although there's going to be some wardrobe repairs required for the American Jared White. This is bout number 3 of Pool B. Jaden Ishmael from South Africa and Rushak Andre are the other competitors. 2 4-man groups, 2 3-man groups. 8 places available for the quarterfinals. Okay, a tie is all okay. It's the Iranian in the blue and white, who's shorter needs to be very, very sharp, and he's just inviting Wilson to make his offense. First warning for not engaging. Right, clearly looking to counter. Wilson not prepared to offer anything, and yeah, the referee's got to step in. Got to have contact. You can't just stand still for 3 minutes. We're a minute in, and that's the first real offensive effort. But the Yuko goes to the Iranian. Ignore the scoreboard, top left. It's the Iranian. Wilson in the blue who leads. Both hit at the same time, but the first point advantage goes to the one from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Jared now a little bit more aggressive, the American. Excellent shot, 3-point tip on. Beautiful kick to the neck area, superbly delivered. That's wonderful aggression, outstanding work from Mohsen. And it really means that Jared White has got to try and take this game to the Iranian, which will leave him exposed. White once again. Just caught as he comes forward. I think there's going to be a challenge here. No, just a temporary stop. 45 seconds on the clock. And Jared, once again, you've got the man who's got the reach. Longish delay coming in here. 5-0 to the Iranian. Once again, as the officials get in, we don't have a VAR facility for us here. The officials get to look at the cameras. Well, the athletes just held out in the middle of the mat while the officials sort out the technical problem that they have.
Testa aqui, Ana, para ver se vai. Eu não consigo passar para lá, eu tenho que descer aqui. Vai de lá, filha, porque o cara não tá. Testa, vê se fica bom. Você não pode vir mais para trás. Se você for mais para trás, você cai. Ficou aqui e acabou.
Okay, problem sorted out. Back onto the mat.
Dá para mudar, eu consigo.
Again, he's trying to get close, but isn't having any success. Again, the taller man always has this huge advantage, and a lovely little reaction there. Maybe won't get the point, but yes, he does get the point, as he should do. As he was backing, caught his man coming forward. A 6-0 lead for Motion over the American Jared White. And 20 seconds just to stay out of danger. Well, at least White gets on the board with a Yuko to the top of the chest. Either a hand strike or a back fist, couldn't quite work out what that one was. 6-1. But I suspect it's a mere consolation. As he comes in, desperately trying to close down the deficit. And it's once again Motion who picks up the Yuko. 7-1 the lead. Good sportsmanship. Very glad to see that between these two athletes, got to say. As the contest comes to an end, it's an impressive victory actually by Mohsen Rashdi from Iran. 7-1. It was very cagey early on. You could see that Jared White feared the presence and the reach of Mohsen Rashdi. And the victory goes to the man from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Right then, same group. Ismail Jahidin from South Africa takes on Bosak Ondrej from Czech Republic. It's the over 85 kg, over 84 kg category. Mohsen Rashdi, very impressive in the way he dismantled Jared White. And we've still got a technical problem. Technology is wonderful until it isn't, of course. Okay, 3-minute bout about to get underway. Bout number 4 of 6 in this group. First point on the board to the Czech. A lot more mobile around the mat is the Czech. Immediately struck for a Yuko before Ishmael had even responded. Let's see if he goes for exactly the same. That time it's a kick into the midriff. Andrej is really picking his easy marks. That's a Waza Ari. That's worth 2 points. And in many ways, that was rather too easy as he goes for it once again. At least Ishmael begins to get into the bout now. And he's scored 1 2-pointer with the kick. I think thinks that that's going to be a profitable way for him to take a victory in here. And he's got another 2-point from the kick into the midriff. South African very static as once again Andrej comes through and doesn't score any points that time. Shield is out, and it's back in. 6-0 as we approach the halfway mark of this bout. Another 2-pointer. That's 3 Waza Aris. Mid-level kicks into the midriff and an 8-0 lead, and that means the tie is over. Wonderful execution from the Czech Republic's Andrej Bojak. Straight on with the action. This is Ignacio Alonso Reyes Obreque in the red, the Chilean. He's up against Spain's Martin Gonzalez Freddy. And always look for the man with the height advantage, and that's what Gonzalez has. The Chilean needs to be so light on his feet. tried one feint, the Chilean. And then gets caught as he just tries to step forward. That's where the height advantage tells Martin Gonzalez. Beautiful ippon to the side of the neck. And in the group stages, this is where the class really can tell. Challenges come here for Gonzalez. I think he thinks he's due a point. And Gonzalez, very aggressive, picks up the single point, the Uko. Another Uko comes in. This is a class athlete up against a determined trier. And class really tells ever since the ippon. Alonso Reyes has been chasing this contest. No video evidence required. What did we do before mobile phones? Martin Gonzalez, Freddie. Looking good for the win here. We're not even halfway and he's 5 points to the good up. And again, he's the aggressor. Looks bigger and sharper. Just looking to use that height advantage. And yes, looks for the ippon. Not given. Well, he thought he had an ippon there as the man was on the ground. He put in the punch. 1 point scored. And the single Yuko increases the lead to 6. With a minute to go. It's an impressive performance this by the Spaniard. Almost inviting, taunting Alonso Reyes to come in, open up his defences just so we could use that left foot. And exactly that way. And then down, then he looks for the ippon. And that is, well, it's a 2 point for the Waza Ari. Ippon or not, the Waza Ari is enough to take the victory for Martin Gonzalez. He has an 8-point lead until the contest, with 46 seconds still to go, is ended. And that's a comprehensive victory for the tall, impressive Martin Gonzalez, Freddie. Straight into the fray on mat A is Finn Maliska. He'll be up against Kadir Furkan from Turkey. This in Group 4. So Maliska lose his earlier bout, so he's got to win this one. Otherwise his opportunity is gone. Again, apologies for the very, very glitchy feed that is coming in. Furkan in the blue, just has to address his wardrobe once again. Well, Furkan disappears way off screen. Picks the Ippon up as well amongst the black. That's the game over. Furkan with a back-to-back Ippons in double quick time. And that's the end of the road, I'm afraid, for Maliska Finn of Germany. Then we move our attention back to the women's competition. This is Rosiane Pereira from Brazil. We saw earlier on in her opening tie, and a narrow 3-2 win. Actually, the last touch of the match. She's got herself an early lead. Yuko against Vita Kulikova. Both hitting at the same time, but the advantage going to Pereira. Pereira has got herself a 2-point advantage over Kulikova. Kulikova tries to respond. Good evasive work by Rosianne Pereira. Got to be quick on your feet coming forward and going backwards as well. Quick movement, get the back foot going. Dance, dance, dance. Oh, nice reaction from Rosianne. As the aggression came in from Kulikova. And it's been given to Kulikova. Rosianne thought that she'd evaded the initial contact, but it's been given to Kulikova. Another tight contest for the Brazilian. She's been good for entertainment. Avoided the flying kick towards the midriff. A potential 2-pointer was Ari. Into the final minute, been a good contest. This is the group win and a place in the semi-finals for Rosianne if she can hold on for the remaining 40 seconds or so. They both go low. Important 2-pointer there for Rosianne. Very important. 30 seconds to go. Changes the whole complexion. It means that she can duck and dodge and get out of the way. Ducks under, takes the feet away from the Slovak and picks up the ippon at the same time as she has the downward punch. The Slovak came in a little bit desperate and Rosianne was there to really look after a 3-pointer for an 8-2 lead. Okay, we're moving immediately to the men's side of things. And this is the other Brazilian. Caio up against the previously impressive Thomas Sosa. And what we've got here is Caio leading by 5-2 with just 10 seconds remaining. So we've got a Brazilian winner on one side, Rosiane doing well, and we switch immediately to another Brazilian about to pick up a victory here. And this will be an excellent victory for Caio if he can hold off Thomas Koza, because Koza has looked the class act in this group. 5-2 the lead with just a few seconds remaining. And Koza needs Ippon. A warning for Caio. But he'll take that with 20 seconds to go. Well, it's less than that, isn't it? 10 seconds to go. Look at the screen. Bottom right. Desperately trying to get some kind of action. Oh! Thought he'd got it because he went for the Ippon. Well, the bout is ended, and Koza, who had been so impressive, finds himself on the wrong end of a bit of a shock. A real victory, that one, for Caio Matos. Right then, let's move back over to the women's mat. A minute into this bout and a first warning. Into the women's 68 kilogram competition here. Well, an Ippon coming in for the Hungarian. This is Dora Fleischer. This is a Group 4 competition. Dora Fleischer against McKenna Marzin. And a three-pointer for Fleischer. Both women were competing at the same time, but it's the Hungarian who gets it. Earlier on, Marzin was beaten by Hannah Sullivan. Another single point coming the way of the Yuko. This is the last bout for the women's 68 kilogram plus category. Hungarian trying to make quick work of McKenna Marzin. To nothing midway through the contest. Marzin's having a difficult time in this group. Once again, she's the shorter woman. It's such a disadvantage. In all of the martial arts, but somehow you feel, particularly in Kumite, the height advantage just gives you such a major advantage. Point on the board once again for Fleischer. Nice relaxed stance from the Hungarian. She's not the tallest of women. She does have that advantage, of course, but she looks really beautifully balanced. Sees the attack, responds instantaneously. Aggression coming from the American. She must be frustrated that she literally hasn't been able to land a point in this her second bout. And to get to this standard, you've got to be pretty tasty. So to find yourself pointless after 2 matches is doubly frustrating. Is there anything in the final 20 seconds for her? Well, the answer is no. Instead, it's a defeat, because the Ippon has come in, and that's a 9-0 victory in favour of the Hungarian over McKenna. She is through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Let's shift back over to the men. This is the very impressive Saeed Al-Qaid versus Aidan McDougall. Al-Qaid in the red. That match is finished just as we were coming into it. South Africa's Ismail is next up. Up against the very impressive, now this isn't impressive, the Iranian. His performance in dispatching Jared White was arguably the bout of the night, or the performance of the night. There's South African. Ismail has really got to be literally on his toes. For that exact reason, single point Yuko in favour of the Iranian, who's looking good for the quarterfinals. 1 point each, actually. Simultaneous strikes, simultaneous Yukos. Square, 2:30 to go. That'll make the South African feel an awful lot better. Ismail, he was well beaten. Andrzej Boszak. That's what the Iranian does so well. He leans back on that left and just flicks the right out, picks the 3 points up. He leads by 4-1. Again goes for the Ippon, and again. Ooh. He went away thinking he got it. Judges say no can do. Still 4-1. 1:45 to go. Well, they're just checking on the South African. A bit of blood on the face. Two very good athletes in this particular group. The Iranian that we're seeing here, Mosum and Bosak, the Czech. Still 4-1 for the Iranian in the blue. As always, it's the man with the longer reach, and he makes great use of his feet. Case in point there was Ari for 2 points. He's particularly susceptible. There's the South African to the Waza Ari. Doesn't quite have that backward propulsion when he most needs it defensively. Once again, the Iranians been impressive. Seconds to go. Has Ismail got anything in the tank? Nope, he's 7-1 down as he comes forward. Just being picked off by the Iranian. Final few seconds, another point to the good. Can Ismail avoid being beaten inside the time? If there's an 8-point deficit, then the game would be automatically over. 11 seconds to avoid that ignominy for Ismail. Mosum fancied it and gets it, and does indeed win inside the distance with another 1 point Yuko picked up. Nicely done. Impressive work. Straight onto the mat as Mosum takes the applause, generous applause. You'll enjoy this fella, Andrzej Busiak from Czech Republic. On the other side, Jared White at least will feel that the height disadvantage that he's had thus far hasn't been so, or won't be so pronounced. Phones handed out, officials on the mat. Everybody happy and ready to go. And it's the final bout of Group 2. America versus Czech Republic. Czech in the blue. Similar size. That just makes Busak's earlier performances that much more impressive. He's a very defensive-minded player, Jared Dwight. He wants the opponent to make the first move, which on this occasion, Busak did. Busak not being tempted into anything too rash. Gets his man on the floor and delivers the punch for the Ippon. Well, Busak certainly thinks so. His management thinks so. We're in Brasilia for the FISU Combat Games, 13th edition thereof, on the karate mat. Still some debate as to whether there were points scored on that last attack from Busak. No, indeed. Well, for White, his tactics are proving very, very useful against a man at the same size. Down kick around the back. Chest, abdomen, back or side. Legitimate targets, but that one rather caught White a little bit too harshly, possibly on the hip. Point scored once again. White's spoiling tactics are proving to be very effective and frustrating for Busak. Indeed, a point has been given, a Yuko has been given, and Busak is looking a little bit bemused and befuddled as well with the tactics. There's no such thing as an easy tie, but he performed so well earlier on in this group, Busak. He must have come into this contest with a real level of confidence. Back in now, in with a shout. We're midway through, but it's still a 2-point lead for the American. Well, Boshak really hasn't been allowed to get going at all. He finds himself trailing by 2. There's still nearly half the bout to go. But effective from Jared. He'll accept that warning. Well, having real problems with his footwear is Boshak, and that must be affecting some level of concentration. Goes for the high ippon. Again, good evasive work from Jared White. The American is poleaxed. He's kept this about scruffy, has the American. And a warning for Boshak. He's looking for ippon. Oh, nothing. He wants points. And he's got them there with the ippon. Went upstairs as he's tried to on a couple of occasions before. Before that, Jared White was able to avoid it. But now Boshak just edges in front with the three-pointer. Suddenly this whole contest changes with just 40 seconds to go. Now White must try to get back into the contest, and he, for once, has to be the aggressor. As he comes forward, Boshak happy just to pick him off. 5-3. It's really changed in the last 15 seconds. Boshak very much on the offense. This is what we expected from him. He's picked up another point. Remember, he was trailing 3-1 coming into the final minute. And he really has been able to turn it round. Final 15 seconds. The lead is up to 6 and a straight punch. Forces Jared White backwards. And that will be a 7-point differential at 10-3. This is what we expected from Boshak in the final minute. He's really come to the fore. And he takes this one 10-3. Excellent performance by the Czech. Then Martin Gonzalez versus Nabil Belazri. Gonzalez very impressive. Belazri has the height advantage though. forward to this one. This is effectively winner takes all in this group. Against the Spaniard. Spain versus France always has that little bit of rivalry, no matter the sport, no matter the venue. There's a challenge coming in here. In a contest as tight as this, I think every point, every uko is going to be vital. Very similar styles, both men. I think they have very similar attitudes to the sport as well. They want to be on the front foot. Styles are so similar, it can sometimes cause a stalemate. Marta Gonzalez in the blue for Spain. Belazri waiting. A little bit of nonsense. Gonzalez certainly didn't like that from Belazri. Down to 30 seconds or so, and still nobody really looking like they're going to take the win. They've been very, very cautious against each other. Very, very similar. One yuko will win this one. Video has been looked at. We are in action once again. Pointless. Still 10 seconds to go. Last bout of the night, the cagiest of the night. In all the competitions. Time is up. Handshakes all round. Score the straw. career, the Turk, up against the Macedonian, Stefan. Both have already beaten Flynn Maliska, so this is to decide who tops the group. Just had stalemate in the previous group topper. Both had beaten Ignacio Alonso Reyes in the previous group, Nabil and Martin Gonzalez. Now we're going to have stalemate here as well. Well, it's kind of a repeat. It's Macedonia who's looking to take the initiative. Minute gone. More than a minute gone. We're approaching the halfway mark. We're going to have a second scoreless contest. The answer is no. That's in keeping with this contest. It's a Yuko apiece. Minute, 2-1 to the Turk. This for a guaranteed place in the quarterfinals. Both to get in as once again the attack comes the way of the Turk Furkan, and he has a 3-1 lead. Make it 4. That means it's Ippon. 1-0 for Stefan. The man in red has got to take a gamble in these final 30 seconds. That's all he's got to play with. Berkan Cenk. Looking confident, looking good for a place in the last 8. This will be good for him as he picks up another point, but similarly, there was a point coming in from Stefan. Yuko, 19 seconds to go. There's still opportunities here for Stefan on the counter. It's a 2 points. He's got himself level at 5-all. What a terrific shot that is, coming in from Stefan Stojanvic. Brings us level with 12 seconds on the clock. Well, after a very cagey opening couple of minutes, this last minute has been spectacular. And Stefan's turned it round. He's got himself a Yuko to lead 6-5. And now Furkan's got to chase it. And Stefan comes in. Furkan looks for the 2-pointer that'll win it. We have got 1 second on the clock, and the Macedonian looks like he's going to take this one. He just needs to get out of the way. 2 steps backwards, which is exactly what he does. And what a fabulous way to end the competition. The most vigorous last 60 seconds that we've had throughout the whole day. Terrific work from Stefan Stojanovic. And he takes it 6-5 over Kadir Furkan. Well, terrific. Excellent way to end the group. Quarter-final place guaranteed. Certainly for Stojanovic. I suspect for Kadir, well, it's going to be difficult for him with a defeat. But a narrow defeat at that. We'll just see how the scorecards all work themselves out. in 68 kilogram category. Aisha Mustafa losing this contest to Islamic Republic of Iran's Atina Mahboub by 5 points to nothing. Latter stages, last few matches of the women's Kumite. Gives us a chance to see the form of Rosary Pereira. Here she appears against, I believe this is Vera Kulikova. Quarterfinals, of course. Hannah Sullivan against Rosiane Pereira, right then. Sullivan, height advantage, which is something Pereira normally has. Brazilian favourite will be on the defence for the most part. Sullivan uses that reach to very, very good effect. As this competition goes on, the cager it'll be, of course. Pereira from Brazil in the blue belt. Sullivan does like to take her time. She'll have that reach. Pereira very much on her guard, but there is a medal if you get through this round. Oh, nice high kick coming in from Hannah Sullivan. Nicely evaded, it must be said. That's the danger. She can just lean back and lean into you, Sullivan. First score on the board for the Australian. And again, she's gone for the high kick, went for the ippon, and aggressively gets out of a dangerous situation. Rosie Arm was coming in for an ippon on her there, and look at this work coming in from Sullivan. And she's got herself a Waza. Ari. Kick to the midriff. There's going to be a challenge there, I think, from the Australian. But it did seem to be right place, right time for Brazilian. And that is good with a minute to go. If that holds, she has got herself into a 2-1 lead. Indeed it is. Ari. So now it's up to Anna Sullivan to really look for points, which she does. Yuko, though, as Hannah came in round the corner, is the Yuko, the single point, and it's a 2-point lead now for the Brazilian. And that is very, very popular in this arena. Again, she's just sharper. She's reading what Sullivan is going to try and attack her with, and she's responding. And now Sullivan is in need of an ippon or a couple of shots very, very quickly. And Rosie Yang can, without sit back and take it easy. Can be a little bit more defensive. Now we're going to go have a look at the TV screen here to see what point that was, and that's very understandable. So tight to the end of the contest. It's a long video decision. The call. What is the call? A semi-final place could be depending upon this. No points, the decision. So Rosie-Anne holding on. 10 seconds to go. She can afford to give away a point or two. Six seconds for Rosie-Anne to avoid a nippon. 6 seconds for a place in the semi-finals. She has indeed held on. That's brilliant from Rosie-Anne. The victory 4-1 for the Brazilian. She is through to the semi-finals later on tonight. Later on this afternoon as in Brasilia. On the other side, we go over to Matos, the Brazilian, in his quarter-final. This is his contest against Andrzej Sposzak. So 21 seconds to go. A 3-point lead for Andrzej Sposzak for the Czech Republic, but a warning over aggression. We are in play in final 15 seconds. Obviously with the goal so big, everything will be stopped, everything will be examined. For the casual viewer, it can be very frustrating, but if you're Karl Matos and you're at your home event, you want to give yourself every opportunity of trying to force your way into a medal round. Matos in the blue just waits, he hopes. Still the wait goes on. Well, this is a long wait. Got a feel for the men out there. There's nothing they can do. Just got to stand their ground. Ondrej Bošák is this close, 12 seconds. You can see he's getting frustrated with the time, even the match officials getting frustrated. Okay. Bošák just needs to avoid any catastrophe in these final few seconds. He's down on the floor. And that will effectively be that. With 2 seconds on the clock. One final flailing kick, perhaps, for Matos. It's not to be. It's not to be a semi-final. It's going to be Ondrej Bošák who gets there. And so disappointment for the crowd, for the Brazilian crowd anyway, in this their home Universiade. Then next quarter-final. Saif Al-Qaid from Saudi Arabia in the red, up against Iran's Mohsen Rashti. Tie, height advantage. Again, let's talk about that. It's impossible not to. Ashley came through a group that included America's Jared White, Bushak, who we've just seen, and Ismail Jahidan from South Africa. Saif Al-Qaid, he had a terrific performance against Thomas Kosa. From Australia was the other member of that group. Okay, we are underway. 3-minute round. And early points on the board. That shouldn't be there, actually. It's 0-0. Motion, 30 seconds. Approaching. Both men a little bit becalmed. Al-Qaid has to worry about how to get inside the Iranian. On the attack is the Iranian, Mohsen. Well defended by Al-Qaid, going backwards. And so often is the case, once you hit the knockout stages, video evidence will be called into play. All athletes and spectators can do is sit and wait. The joys of VAR, the joys of technology. The end of the drama. It's a single point for Al Qaid over the Iranian, and 1 point apiece each to immediately follow. So we've got 3-1 with less than half of this bout to go. It's going to be very tight going into the final point, final minute. A single Yuko. So after the latest video appeal, Mohsen, the Iranian, picks up a Yuko point, trails by 3-5. Such a stop and start quarter-final. Ah. No. Ah, dear. By the Iranian. Thought he had a Yuko, it's not quite there, it's well defended by Malseyev. Of course we're going to have another appeal. Of course. Well, the plan for the video evidence was to speed things up. Yuko had been awarded and the appeal was made, so we await to see if the Yuko is going to be awarded once again to the Iranian Mohsen in blue. Well, 30 seconds to go on what has been a bout that's lasted over 15 minutes. At the moment, it's Saif Al-Qaid who receives, who has the 5-3 lead. Certain amount of venom going into these kicks now. There's a lot at stake. 17 seconds, 16 seconds on the clock. Iranian Mohsen desperately in need of a Waza Ari. Oh, better! And has he got better? The answer's no, it wasn't a clean hit when he was on the floor. Then he goes for the Waza Ari, trying to go for those kicks, and it's not going to come through. The Saudi has beaten the Iranian, and the Iranian Mohsen is distraught at going out in the quarterfinals after a tempestuous contested contest. Saif Al-Qaid goes through 5-3. And the next protagonists are keen to get out onto the mat. Quarterfinals of the Karate Kumite competition. It's been a long day, and as the contests get more and more fraught, more and more challenges and appeals go in. Officials change. Once again, we've got a problem with the phones. Consistently phone issues over on the other court. There is 30 seconds to go in this quarter-final. This is actually a semi-final. Lucy Fleischer, and we have got a Brazilian about to go into the final, leading by 8-3. Dora Fleischer desperately trying to get herself back in, but with just seconds on the clock, with just 15 seconds on the clock, we are going to have a Brazilian medalist, either gold or silver. And Dora Fleischer is on the receiving end. A warning for her, a 3-8 deficit for her. And Rosiane Pereira in the red is going to be carrying the Brazilian flag into the final as she stands her ground and holds on to an, well, not only the victory, she adds to the points at the moment. Still 6 seconds to go. She leads by 6. Just stay out of harm's way, and that's exactly what she does. And Rosiane Pereira makes one Brazilian into the final. Congratulations coming from Dora Fleischer. Rosiane safely through. Right then, back to the men's mat. Luckily, they are right next door to each other. It's the quarter-final between Kadir Furkan and Martin Gonzalez. Pointless just at the moment. Over on the other side, because of the time taken on that last contest on the mat next door to it. The men have shifted over to what had been the women's mat. And we've got Nabil Belazri taking on the Macedonian Stojankovic. Slight height advantage for Nabil in the red. Well, Nabil's already had one pointless contest so far as we go to Rosiane. Got herself through to a final as the Brazilian. That's why she's getting an extra bit of TLC from the Brasilia organisers and the television stations. Well, they're right at the very end where Nabil Belazri, in apparently an exciting match, has just got the better of Macedonia's Stjanek. Match is over. Serenik moves through to the next phase. He's had a tough route there. Beat Kadir Furkan and Finn Maliska in his group. And now he's through to tomorrow's final after a quarter-final and a semi-final victory there against Nabil Belazri. And I believe that ends our coverage of the FISU World University Championship Combat Sports Karate on day one. It's great news for Brazil that they've got one woman in the final. And we'll be hopefully bringing you a problem-free feed for you tomorrow from the FISU World University Championship Combat Sports. For now, I'm Des Corkill. I hope you've enjoyed what you've been able to catch amidst all the glitches. It will improve as the week goes on. Good night for now. The last 3 seconds of the remaining semi-final. Martin Gonzalez in the blue, trailing 3-4 against the Turk. Furkan, Kadir Furkan. Furkan just avoids contact with Gonzalez. 1 second remaining. He's back in place. And once again, he'll take the warning. And he'll take evasive action because he's got a place in the final. 4-3. Of course, there's a challenge at the end. The Spaniards are going to hope above hope that they've got themselves a point. They're requesting a Yuko. If there was one, it looked to be well after the clock had finished. I think Martin Gonzalez knows the answer to this question being posed by his coach. For a place in the final or a draw in this semi-final and some additional time to be fought. So I can surmise that this is a semi-final. Andrei Boshak versus Saif. Saif with the blue. Let's change mats and let's have some nothing happening here while there's a challenge goes on. not accepted. 1 minute to go in this, I assume, semi-final. There's no live score, so I can't confirm. Single point Yuko to Al-Qaid. One minute to go in this semi-final. Al-Qaid has a 4-1 lead. Al-Qaid in the blue. Andrei Boshak has been very impressive. He was in a similar situation in his quarter-final when he trailed 4-1. Well, he's been given a point there. He's been given a Yuko. He trailed 4-1 and came storming back in the last minute of that quarter-final. He's got himself another point with a Yuko there, so he's back within one. Well, we've seen him do this once before already, Boshak. Okay, he'd had that tempestuous encounter, and look at that, he's got himself level 3 points in quick succession in 10 seconds. And Andrei Boshak really does like to leave things late to get things going. Four apiece. Challenge comes in from the red side of Boshak. They think that that's worth a point. They think that that's another Yuko. It's actually more than that. It's a Waza Ari, and he's repeated exactly what he did in the quarterfinals, Boshak. From 1-4 down to 6-4 in the space of 30 seconds for Andrei Boshak of Czech Republic. Now he'll just try and bide his time. He's got to avoid a Waza Ari or an Ippon, a 2 or a 3-pointer. And he will be in the final. And that is some result. 17 seconds to go. A warning for Boszak. Got himself another Yuko. He saves everything to the final minute, does Andrei Boszak. And again, 3 points for the Ippon. And a 10-4. Wow. What a last minute this has been from Andrei Boszak. I do wonder why he doesn't do it earlier. He seems to store it up in these knockout matches for when he's 1-4 down with a minute to go. He did it in the quarters, now he's done it in the semis against Saif Al-Qaid. Terrific from the Czech. Played the last second of the combat, and what a performance from Andrei Boszak. He's been outstanding, absolutely outstanding. Twice it's looked like he's been down and out, and twice he's gone and made it into the next round. Got a feel for Saif Al-Qaid. You can see how frustrated he is, having been so near yet so far, and yet Boszak was the man. And that is the end of coverage. On to the women's kumite, up to 68 kgs. Schedule hasn't quite gone according to plan. This is the women's under 68 kilo category. Julia Just from Spain. Just with the 1-0 early lead, a minute in. We haven't really been keeping an eye on this one. This has been going on different mats. The women's under 68 kg. Was Ari 2-pointer for Julia. These two were actually in the same groups. They met earlier on today. It's the first of the quarterfinals. No response to the challenge that came through. The Spaniard still leads by 3-0. We're approaching the final minute. Little short jab and a Yuko called by the referee. 4-0 now to the Spaniard. And she's looked in pretty good control, but we've got another foam problem. "45 seconds away, Julia." Six to nothing to the Spaniard over a woman she beat earlier on in the day. Second of the quarterfinals, the Belgian athlete in the red. Well, the Yuko has gone to the Belgian over Marlene Lindstad. First points on the board. Still 1-0 to the Belgium. Iman. She came through a group with Marlene Lindstadt and Victoria Jofnoska. Three points the lead with seconds remaining for the Belgian. Group 5 in the female under 60 kg category. Adolphe Piper in the red belt, taking on Violetta Navitskaya, the Belarusian. Chloe Peyrot is the third member of this three-woman group. 5 groups, 8 quarter-final places available. The Russians got slightly longer reach and a little bit more aggression there against Adolphe Piper. Australian trying to retaliate. Again, gets the head down low, but can't get any response going. That's better from Piper. Looks for Waza Ari for a kick to the midriff, doesn't quite come off. Still pointless, nearly a minute gone, but plenty of aggression shown by both women. Navitskaya in the blue, just being held by the Aussie. Nice clean thump into the top of the chest. First points on the board, and that's the advantage of the reach as she goes in once again, but goes over the top. And Piper's done that pretty well. She's got under the punches, under the attacks of the Belarusian. Trying to take advantage of the Belarusian being on her back. No points accrued. The referee gets us back into our proper position. Nice shot, nice reaction from Navitskaya. Allow Piper to come in over the top and took her in the midriff with a nice clean hit. Final 30 seconds. This has flown by. It's been a nice clean bout. Piper's not been able to get on the board. She needs to do something pretty darn quick. Victory goes to Violetta Navitskaya from Belarus. She takes a tight contest by 2-0. Although there is a slight delay. Oh no, a warning. But the warning comes after the end of the 3-minute time scale. And Navitskaya takes the win. Patcherin Plangplay up against Boglarka Bianca Risu. Hungarian this time has a huge height advantage. Patcherin, he has to evade and then has to get under, which is exactly what she did then, and takes a nice point for the Yuko. Bob and weave and penetrate when you possibly can. Evades the attention of the Hungarian. But only 30 seconds have gone, and if she's going to defend like that, she's going to be a very tired young woman. Well, once again on the counter, Patcherin's been able to get the better of Riksu. Three to nothing for the tie. Mighty impressive. That's a warning. Well, that brings a completely different complexion to the contest. Over a minute to go. A two-pointer for the side kick. Nervy moments this for the tie for Patcherin. Seconds to go. Hungarian keeps thinking she's close. little squeals of anguish as she doesn't quite connect with the shot that she's after. Nice parry away by Pacharin, not once but twice, and then evades the attack. "16 seconds. It's been a minute or so as the clock is stopped because there's a foot malfunction or a boot malfunction. Second remaining. Well, Pacharin looks like she survived this one. 5 seconds on the clock for Pacharin. What a gutsy performance from her. Stays out the way once again, evades the attack coming in from Ritsku. And how about that for a performance of real character from Pacharin Plangplai. She had a game plan, got under the attack, the frequent attacks of Buglaka Riksu. Right then. Over on the far side. And Kelly Akinomura up against Natasha Tikoshwishka. The pole in the red. The Brazilian. Well, we've already had success for Brazil today in the over 68 kgs. Warning for the Brazilian. Well, a warning this time for the pole. Still 1-0, 19 seconds to go. Frustrating for Kelly. Well, as Aquino came forward, she was caught. Kosciuszka just needs to hold on for 10 seconds, stay out of harm's way. Indeed, as she drops back, she once again gets another little defensive point with the Yuko, and we'll take this one 3-0. 3 seconds to go. Actually was trying to increase the lead with a kick, but it's a 3-0 victory in the group stages. Slight confusion over who comes onto the mat in the women's under 68 kgs. Still going through the group phases. Gabriel Bianca up against Fornush Norshobi. A bit of aggression going out to the 12-meter border. Still pointless, 40 seconds in. Gabriel is being forced right into a defensive posture by Farmouche and gets a warning as a result for stepping too often outside of the limits. And now she tries to go toe-to-toe with the Iranian. Still yet to find a point as we approach the halfway point of this bout. Group A, Canapia Desiderio and Michel Vati are the other two competitors. A little bit of medical attention for the South African on the receiving end of that Nippon. Into the final minute, and that Nippon was taken away. Now the Waza Ari has been won, and that is a cumulative effect. Constantly on the front foot is Farmouche. More medical attention for the South African, Bianca Gabriella. This is quite some nosebleed. And on the receiving end of was that Ari? Remains 2-0. Let's see if that rest has been able to help Bianca Gabriella. Very light on her feet, Corbelleri, but she needs to do something in the next 20 seconds. And it's got to be more than a single point score. Being held at bay by Nosobi. Time definitely running out. Seconds remaining. Nosobi pushes through. A desperate attempt for the Ari. Gabriella has got 1 second. It's been well defended by Farmush Nosorbi. And time is up. It's a 2-0 victory for the woman from the Islamic Republic of Iran. A bruising encounter for Gabriella Corbellari, but victory for the Iranian. Kelly Aquino in for her second bout. Lost to Natasha Tikowishka last time out. Now she's up against Aksoy Sudanea. And the Turk on the offense. So a second defeat in succession for Kelly Aquino. The Brazilian will not be going through to the knockout phase. As we continue our group matches in the under 68 kilogram for female in the kumite, individual kumite for players born between 2000 and 2005, and there is a walkover there. I think that's Risku who just got the walkover patchering. Can't believe that. Oh no, it's Chikozuska gets the walkover over Belizet. Over on mat number 8, 30 seconds remaining. In the contest between Marlene Lindstadt and Victoria Jovanovska. 2-0 to Jovanovska at the moment. This is a Group 4 contest. Iman Eja is the one who's done best so far in this group, three-woman group. It's the Macedonian who takes it by a narrow 2-0 and quickly exits stage left. It's the end of the competition for Marlene Lindstadt. Umpires rotate around the chairs, or judges rotate around the scoring chairs. And we have the contest between Adolphe Piper and Chloe Peyrot. Chloe, the French girl, much bigger figure than Adolphe Piper. Always keen to see how smaller athletes are able to cope. You just see the difference in reach there, and instantly it puts Piper onto the back foot. First point on the board goes to Chloe. 7-0 the lead for Chloe Peyrot. It's looking good for her with a minute to go to end this competition early and earn herself a place in the knockout. Looking for a 2-pointer, which is exactly what she gets with the Waza. 2 points and a 9-point lead, which automatically ends the contest. As soon as you lead by 8, contest finishes.